Alright, that's good. Wait, does someone already join? No. Alright, go here. Skeletower stream 14. Edit. I need to put this in playlists. The stream archive and Skeletower playlist to be exact. What else? That, turn that on. Then, to the really cool people on the Discord, I need to share this at Notification Squad. This. What am I gonna post? What am I gonna use to attract a Notification Squad? I said Skelt last time. I said Taoist stream, later night stream. What am I gonna do? I need something catchy to get everyone's attention. I said Skel last time, so I'm just gonna say Ske. S-K-E. They'll know what it means for sure. Alright, there we go, and I can close Discord now. Well, hello there, Linkers Pinkers. Glad you could make it. Thank you for joining us. I am doing pretty well. For anyone who wasn't here before, let me go ahead and show off how the game's progress is doing. Last time we got the procedural animations working pretty well, so yeah. Boggling Bones Tower. So last time we got the animations working, the procedural to rigged, where now it goes ahead and works pretty well. And today we're going to be working on hazards, because right now they kind of work, but at the same time, they could definitely be better. Like there isn't a, like here, your heart should be locked in place for a moment, and then it should start moving. It shouldn't just immediately start moving. You can see it more clearly if I move up. You can see that the camera's always shifting. That shouldn't be happening. So that's going to be one thing I change. I'll probably also add more hazard types, because at some points, you know, some hazards will cause your heart to burn up to a crisp before regenerating. Some might be electrical, some might be, you know, who knows. Obviously, we'll have impaling hazards for spikes, but we'll see what happens. So you go ahead, you touch this. Also, there's another major problem with hazards, that being if you die while the other player's already dead. Soft lock, kind of. Not really, because the other person can eject out. So it's not really a soft lock, but it's not good. Also, I just realized. If I do this. Yeah, this is actually breaking the camera. Why? I guess the heart's still in the spike then. And it's just the bones that have changed. Of course, it snaps right back when that happens. So yeah, that's the main plan for today. I think I want to start off by making the shader though, because right now it's a little hard to see these skeletons, especially on this background. So we're gonna go ahead and make a custom shader. I don't know how to do that though really well, so we're gonna go ahead and I guess we're gonna learn. So create shader. We're gonna use a standard. We just need a basic shader. And we're going to call this bone. So this is going to be our bone shader. Alright. Cool. The bone shader, let's see. Color, paint texture, white, smoothness, metallic. Now, if we go ahead and look at the player model material, assuming that's what's actually on the skeletons. Okay, I can't see it, but if I go ahead and click a individual part, it's bone material. Okay. Interesting. I guess this means if I go ahead and click on this. Yeah. Wait, no, this is player... Oh, I know, it's in here. Of course. So yeah, we have bone here. Thankfully, that doesn't matter, because in scripting, we can just make it so it automatically equips this new shader. So let's go ahead and make some new materials. First of all, we have player model and player model 1. Those sound really dumb. I'm going to change them to bone and hole respectively. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm not going to do that, actually. So shader, we're actually going to turn this into bone. Where's my shader? Oh, we can probably just drag it on here, actually. Thanks, game. Or thanks, Unity. Oh, it's probably in lit. Or, yeah, where's lit? Where's, oh wait, custom. There we go. So now, what we can do is, I'm actually going to change the color right now to red. And we're going to change that back in a minute. I just want to make sure that I can actually set this color. I want to set the material at the very beginning. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to player controller. And what we're going to do is we're going to make a thing here. Settable values. Dash values. Public static values. No, that's not going to be used. Physics values. This isn't really a physics value. I guess it's more of a component than anything. So what we're going to do is, also let me zoom in a little bit so it's a little easier for you guys to see. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here to game object player model. What? You know what? That's fine. We'll just put it here. Serialize. Not serializable. Serialize field. And then we're going to make a private material. And we're going to call this bone material. Now what we're going to do is, if we go ahead and actually look at the bones in Unity, you'll see that this materials are down here. However, the important part is it's actually in the skin mesh renderer. That's where the materials appear. Now what I need to do is I essentially need to, well, set those materials. However, when I actually hit play, as you'll see, I also get a regular mesh for all these bones. As you can see, I not only have the skin mesh renderer, but I also have this mesh renderer. And these actually don't have the materials, it doesn't look like. Am I just missing it? No, I am missing it. It's right here. So I just need to make sure both of these get set to this new material. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here. We're going to go to player right here. And then we're going to go over here to, where is it? Should be like right here. Also, oh, I didn't save, that's why. So we go ahead and save. Now, should be like right here. There we go. Bone material. And we can set this to player model. I don't like it being called player model material. Why is it called player model material? That's weird. Yeah, I'm gonna change that. Let's call this bone material. Highlight. I don't know what it's really called. Where I'm gonna basically have this shader basically make it so there's a highlight around the bone so you can see it better. I'm not sure what it's really called. I'm just gonna call this bone material for now. Anyway, so now if we go ahead and click on this, you can see that it has bone material set to bone material. Great. Now what I need to do is in start, when I'm doing all this, I should be able to go here for each of these. For each bone. Ah, here we go. Mesh render, bone equals add component mesh render. And that's getting component skin mesh render. What's a mesh filter? Oh, that's for the actual mesh. That doesn't matter for materials. So what I want to do is I want to say... actually, I can probably do this. No, I should do this right here. So I should say cur game object dot get component skin mesh render there we go. Then we're going to say dot materials. I don't actually want to say dot material because actually it should be okay. This should be fine. Equals and then we're going to set this to bone material. There we go. And that should do it. So now when we start our program, it should work. Our skeletons should turn red. There we go. They're red now. Great. That's so cool. That's wonderful. All right. Now we can turn this back to white. Actually, I'm going to play it one more time, and I just want to make sure that the holes are okay. The holes shouldn't change, and as you can see, they don't. Also, the heart doesn't change, but we're going to have to make a specialized material for that, because I want the heart to actually always be visible. Well, unless you specifically hide it. What I mean by always visible is like if you're, like, here I can actually just play the game. I can show you what I mean. If I go ahead, I blow up, I go up here, and I want to go ahead and if I die here, you see how the heart flies through the wall? Yeah, that is what I mean by that. That still looks a little weird, but honestly, it's okay. The ricochet, I'm happy with it. But yeah, if you go through the wall, that's when it should happen. That's when you should be able to see the heart still. All right, so next up. First of all, we can set this to white now. So yeah, let's start editing the shader. First of all, we don't need a texture for this. This might break something now that I deleted it, though. I'm going to try running this and always just, make sure what I do doesn't actually break everything. It appears that it might have broken something. These guys are very dark now. What the hell happened to them? I'm not sure if it's because I deleted the thing here. Let's bring that back. See if that fixes it. Yeah, that does. Alright, I guess we aren't going to go ahead and delete the main texture because that seemed to break something. And I am not anywhere near skilled enough with a shader to know what to do with that, how to fix it. I'm just going to trust that it's important and not destroy it. And you may be thinking, oh, if you don't know what you're doing, how are you going to make the outline? And the answer is I'm going to use ChatGPT because god dang it, I do not want to learn how to use, like, it's not that I don't want to learn how to use shaders, it's just that I've tried in the past and I haven't had much success, and I don't want to waste your guys' time. I'd say out of everything here, this is probably going to be the one thing I'm weakest at. I have actually used shaders in the past, though, a little bit, but I think that was over a year ago, and I was not very good at it then. Alright, so let's ask ChatGPT something. In Unity, I think it's a C# shader. Is that what it's called? Or is it just a shader? In Unity, create a custom shader that uses the default lit shader as a base. However, in addition, the shader should create a highlight around it. Around the to unlit color. Alright, let's see what this creates. Alright, so this is using shader graph. This I might actually be able to use, because this might actually be like what happens in Blender. Let me see how this actually looks. Create shader there's a compute shader image. Shader variant, that doesn't sound right. Okay, so there isn't a shader graph thing here. Maybe in window? Window. General. Shader graph. Rendering. No. Sequencing? No. Analysis. AI navigation. That's for nav meshes. UI toolkit. Visual scripting. Is it visual scripting graph? Actually, let me see what it said again. It said PBR graph. So let's see what this actually does. So create shader. Okay, that doesn't exist. Cool. Wait, it says go to assets create. Is this assets? Yeah, it is. Assets create shader. So yeah, that's not real. Cool. Do it without Shader graph. All right, let's see what this does. I'm literally just gonna copy in. I'm just gonna copy this in and see what happens. You know, I typically riff on other people for doing this, just copy and pasting other people's code. Then again, this is ChatGPT, but like same principle. But at the same time, for the most part, you know, I'm not asking anyone else for help or I'm not ripping it off from anyone else. I'm just using something generated. Attached to Unity. And if this is the only thing I have to do, it should be fine. Okay, did not like that for some reason. So it says parse here or something. Shader error in, parse error, syntax error, unexpected. That at line 5. We'll go ahead and Control Z. This doesn't have a range to it. I'm going to do this, actually. I'm actually just going to do this. I'm going to go ahead and completely remove all this. And then paste this in here so I can just always have it. So properties, color, color. And this does also do that. I guess let's put that in as color. All right, let's see what happens here. Try to run it. Hey. That kind of worked. It didn't break. So that's cool. If I go ahead and do this. It's not really doing the highlight like I want. You see the heart inside, but it doesn't really do anything. So base color. Final color equals eye color plus highlight. Hmm. Yeah, this is like an entirely separate language to me. Alright, I think I'm gonna see if I can make a shader graph or something. Actually, first I want to see if I can turn down the color here. If I turn down the color, let's see what happens. Yeah, like, it's being highlighted, but it's not actually creating out an outline. Like, it's not really, like, first of all, it's not a, yeah, this just isn't right. Hmm. Let's see if we can try to add the highlight to this. I'm gonna try to go back to this. I don't know. Actually, no, I'm not. For now, I'll go ahead and remove this limiter. I really don't want to have to like sit through a tutorial on stream. That would be weak. Hmm. Let's see if anyone else has made an outline shader. Outline shader Unity. Doesn't look like I'm gonna have much of a choice. Think I'm gonna have to go through a tutorial or something. In that case, I'll go ahead and turn off my music. See if I can get through this quickly. Also, I need to turn off the recording. I don't need to record this. Alright. This is like when I started Tethered. I had to go through it. Tutorials. Alright, so let's go ahead and do this. Okay, so I have to actually do this. I have to go into rendering, which doesn't exist for me. It might be because this is Unity 2021, not Unity 2022. Okay, so the way they do it is by using a shader graph, which I, of course, don't have access to. I have a shader variant collection, but I doubt that's what it means. And the only way that I apparently can get a shader graph is to go ahead and upgrade to that. I'm not sure what shader hardware tiers are. Well, I guess no time like the present. In that case, I'll delete this. I mean, obviously right now it doesn't do anything. And if I'm going to go ahead and do this, then it won't matter anyway. Standard. So what we're going to do is we're going to save. We'll go ahead and save all. Alright. And yeah, let's go ahead and upgrade this to Unity 2022, I guess. Or I guess we'll even go further. We'll go to like Unity 2023, or a later version. All right. So we'll go here, Skeletower. I have um, this is my latest version. Oh, this is a long-term support version. 22.3.8 F1. Is that late enough? If I go back to what he's doing, so he did a 2022 game jam with this shader. So hypothetically it should work. I'm just worried it's not. What's in pre-releases? Hmm. I don't think I want to take an alpha build. I'll take the 2022 version. Right now, just to confirm, yeah, right now it's 2021. I don't really want to install another editor version of Unity though, because these are already taking up quite a bit of space. But oh well. 2022 it is. So we need Microsoft here. Required 5 gigabytes. Actually, that's not that bad. Um, a little annoying though. Oh, these are checkboxes. So Android build support. I don't really need Android build support. WebGL probably be nice. Oh, that bumps it up significantly though. Um, Obviously, I can download some of these later. I'm not sure if I want to just do universal Windows or if I want to do something else. Definitely don't care about Mac or Linux. Not yet, at least. I'll probably do that later. But for right now, I think I'm just going to go with Universal Web. That's an extra 2 gigabytes. And that's an extra 2.5 gigabytes. Language packs. Oh, it literally tells me how many megabytes each one is. Of course, these are probably the two largest ones. Oh well. So yeah, while that downloads, I guess I'm gonna watch this. All right, so yeah, this just looks like blenders. in progress. There we go. Okay, so they make a render that basically just renders the outline and then the object on top of it. All right. So how much longer is this going to take? In progress, 0, free completed. Editor application installing. The good news is it doesn't seem like this will be too difficult to make once I get the shader graph. The shader graph seems very powerful because it seems just like Blender's shader, except, well, not except. And because it's like Blender's shader, I should be a lot better at that than the custom shader, or than the coding shader. It's still going to take me probably a couple of seconds to figure it out, but I should be able to do it. I don't get why it's taking so long for this to install, though. That's a bit concerning. I mean, I have enough space for it, right? I'm tempted to go ahead and see what my installs are, but I don't want to mess with this. This is like I don't know. I don't know how I feel. This is the problem with doing a stream unscripted. I have absolutely no idea how long this will take, unfortunately. Oh well. I mean, there really isn't much I can do. I mean, it's not like we don't have space for it, but one thing I should note is that I should probably delete some of my huh, editor application. There we go. All right, we might have it. Now it just has to make build support. But yeah, I should go ahead and delete some of my older projects or older versions of Unity. 5 gigabytes isn't that much, 10 gigabytes isn't that much, but like if I have 5 versions of Unity, that's 50 gigabytes, which ain't shabby, especially considering I'm down to like 60 gigabytes. Probably more like 50 now, honestly. I can check. I'm fine. I'm not going to check now because I'm betting it'll pop up on my main screen. All right, so yeah, that's done. Universal Windows build. So I'm assuming this will probably take approximately 30 seconds more, and then it'll be done. So shader graph, I don't think it'll take too long once we actually get this booted up. The only thing that now I need to worry about is that stuff might have broken now that I'm updating to Unity 2022. Actually, I'm gonna check the video and see if he has a um he does not say what version he's on. All right. Well, let's see what happens. Actually, first things first, I'm gonna go ahead and close this. All right. You change the editor version of your project, the scripts might change and the project library might be rebuilt. Depending on the size of your project, this may take some time. All right, let's do it. Hopefully this does not break everything. I probably should have made a backup. But you know, we don't really have enough to really justify that. I really doubt enough will break. Project was last saved with a different version of Unity. All right, let's see what happens. Well, hopefully this does not break everything. Okay, so this is layer specific. Okay, so he makes this custom renderer, which uses a specific layer. However, I'm pretty sure that I actually use a player specific layer, so that might be problematic. Hopefully it isn't. Obviously, the first thing I'm going to have to do when I open up Unity is check to make sure it still works and isn't completely broken. It should be fine. Truthfully, what I've done isn't that complicated. I haven't done that much. Oh God. Okay. Looks like it's all okay. AI navigation. Can you go away? please. Collapse. All right, cool. Six node operations. All right, had to prepare a solution. Uh, doesn't look like it broke anything. Let's go ahead and just try playing it. Let's see, does it break? Now, one good thing that I am kind of looking forward to is when I updated Pompoko 3D, um, um, when I updated Pompoko 3D to a later version so I could use the um, leaderboard, loot locker, because I had to update Unity in order to do that, it actually sped up the game's processing and made it look a whole lot better. So I'm hoping there might actually be a similar effect by updating it now. And yeah, the controls all work pretty well, so that's good. Yeah, feels pretty accurate. Physics all work basically as I would expect. Um, okay, it wasn't working before, so that's good now that it works. Cool. I don't know why it's giving me this nodes thing, but should be okay. So next up, let's go ahead and do, okay. And it's not here. Great. Well, first of all, let's see, can I go here? And then can I say create shader? I cannot. Great. That's actually a lie. That's not great. That's actually really annoying. Should be here. Um, yeah. Edit. Then it should be like right here. Wait, what? Yeah, that was on my screen. All right. So edit rendering under graphics tier. So we go to edit, and underneath graphics tier, there should be a rendering thing. It's not here though. All right, let's see. Why is it breaking? Unity, edit, rendering. Unity, Unity, render, edit, render, option, missing. Hmm. So what some people are saying is um, create rendering. Can I even do that? Is there a rendering option? There's a render texture. That's not the same thing though. That's for like if you want to do front only camera stuff. So do I not? I guess I might not just have that option either. Should be create, and then I should have the option here. Create rendering. But of course, there's no rendering option for me. There is for everyone else, but not for me. There is more stuff though. Search, brush, terrain layer. Okay, so let's see. Unity axis shader graph. Let's see. Double click on shader graph asset or what's a shader graph? You can manually install shader graph for use with the built-in renderer pipeline on Unity version 2021.2 and later. Okay. So I guess I have to use the package manager. So edit, where is package manager? Import package. Nope. Maybe there's a window package manager. Let's look up shader graph. No, 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 no options for that. URP? No, 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 no. That's not a good keyword. No, 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 I'm not allowed to actually. So, this might be it. Um, URP, let's start off with that. No. Um, shader. Shader graph, here we go. Shader graph. All right. Let's see if this does it. Yo, welcome to the stream, Cyber Kirby. Glad you can make it. Thanks for joining us. You're playing Mario Maker? That's good to hear. I'm currently trying to get Unity to let me do things. I had to download like 10 gigabytes for the next Unity version, and it wasn't even necessary. You see, Unity did a little bit of trolling to me. Either way, it's probably fine to move up to the next long-term support version of Unity. All it means is I should probably go ahead and delete some older versions of Unity, like the 2018 version that I have installed. You know, clean it up a little bit. I could even update some of my projects to those versions, or if I'm not going to open them again, I could just delete the versions and then, it should be fine. I have absolutely no idea how large this is, how many gigabytes this is going to take up. All right, so now that we have this, now can we go ahead and create a shader graph? We can. Let's go. That's so cool. All right, let's go here and I can actually try this again. Also, let's see, assets or edit, rendering. We need a create shader graph URP. Of course, there is no URP option. The creator shader graph. Okay, so he does have a URP option. I don't. Why? Why not? It's a bit silly. So he has the option for create shader graph. Oh, I guess it's because he has the URP option. Let's try that. Create shader graph. No. Unity get option for edit render rendering, and then I need, what am I looking for? I thought I already had URP, which is the weird part. Like if I go here to bone material, shaders this, do I not already have URP? I guess not. Weird. You know what, before I go out downloading more stuff, let's just see what I can do. So let's create shader graph. Let's try built-in unlit shader graph. And we'll call this bone outline shader graph. All right, put this in a side window. We're actually gonna put this over here. just like that. So we need a color. Okay, so we have color. Let's actually delete this. I don't think I did it right. Um, okay, I actually did it right. So we're gonna make a color, outline, color. There we go. All right, so plugging it in did not work. Okay, there we go. Um, where can I actually edit this? Oh wait, it's over here. Visits the sort of properties of it. So default, so that's its actual color. Why is it giving me this? Ah, that updated its preview. So we need a normal vector. I'm sorry I'm following the tutorial so much. I don't have enough experience with this, and I would fool around with this a whole bunch on my own, but I don't have time for that tonight. Normalize. For some reason, mine is acting weird. My my main preview is looking weird. All right, so let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit, I guess. Actually, can we zoom these in? Can we shrink them down a little bit? Actually, this is pretty nice. I like this extended sort of outward projection of the values. That's actually pretty interesting. So now what we need to do is we need to plug this into a float. This is going to be the actual thickness. I will say that I do like this a little bit more than Blender's. Like there's just a couple of things here that make it a little bit slightly better than Blender's shader editor. I like this sort of pop out for whatever you have for your node. And just the wires seem to be a little bit nicer. They just bend nicer. I don't know if that sounds normal. So now we go ahead and add. Um, can I actually get everything? I guess, yeah. Let's move these out a little bit. So let's go ahead and move this one out as well. And we're going to be putting this in with a position node. We're going to be using the object. Oh, wait. This normal vector is from the object as well. I see. So I don't get how he has this separate material. So we drag this onto it, which is weird. Like if I go ahead and save asset here, if I go to this, I change this back to inspector, um, standard, shader graphs, bone outline shader. I'm pretty sure this just completely removes my original shader, which isn't what I want, obviously. The outline actually works pretty well, but obviously I want to turn it down. So one thing I could do is I can apply this right now. If I go ahead and drag this on, one thing I want to see is in the inspector, what happens here? Um, player model, player material. But more importantly, where is the actual? Oh wait, no, that's in. I have to actually select it. There we go. Yeah, that changes its actual material to this. So I don't get how he's still able to see the original materials if this is supposed to be replacing the material, if that makes sense. Unity's like that. I'm having trying. You're having to learn it for my. Are you tired of having those bones clogging up your insides? Then try Bone Away, the only serum guaranteed to rid you of at least 10% of your bones or your money back. Don't worry, my bone serum gets rid of 100% of the bones. No more bones for you. You lost privileges. You shouldn't have posted that. You thought it was okay to post it, and this is your punishment. So one thing that I was able to see is if I go ahead and play, I pause. If we go ahead and zoom in, can we still see the model inside? No, it is completely, there is no regular material. So I don't get how he's having both of these materials. Hmm. Let me actually change this. So in graphics inspector here, I can do this. So surface type and whatnot. Render face back. There we go. He says turn off shadows, but how the hell how do you do that? Oh, cast shadows. Of course, that's not an option, but that's fine. Also, something I can do is I can make this float here. Um, convert, convert to property, and I'll call this outline thickness. And its default is 0.1. We'll set that to 0.01 for now as well. So now if we go ahead and try it, first of all, I need to probably save asset. Let's see what this looks like. Now this is kind of working. It's okay. So what I think I need to do is I need to render a inside on top of this. So instead of just rendering this material, I need to render both materials. Which means I just need to do this. If I go here to player controller, when I say get component skin mesh render dot material equals bone material, let me see if I can say dot add bone material dot add dot materials dot add. Let's see what add range does. Let's see if we can just add bone material. I mean, it is a material. Cannot convert from material to uh, generic IEnumerable material. Okay. Materials equals this is an array. So what we need to do is we need to say um, material materials equals this. Then I can go ahead and, oh wait, no, I need to make this an array. equals this, and then I say, oh wait, but I can't do this because technically this is an array, not an array list. So I actually have to add on a separate material for it. So I need to go ahead and say materials equals this, or I need to say it's a new array list, material array list of length, this dot length. Plus 1. Then I need to add the materials. So now I'm going to go ahead and say um, for each material in um, get this again, materials. Of course, because I'm using for each, now I can't do it. Oh my gosh. Whatever. Int I equals 0. No, I can't use I. All right. Int j equals 0. Materials j equals material. Great spacing. All right. So now it does that. And then after that, it says materials. And it's going to be materials dot length minus 1, I think. Yeah, because you have that with only one material. You're going to have two things, and you're going to need to go to 2 minus that, which is 1. All right. So minus 1 equals bone material. Then finally, we can say get component dot materials equals materials equals materials. There we go. Sheesh. Now it should render both. And now you have an outline. Cool. Very cool. Why is my thing zooming around like crazy? The outline actually looks pretty good. Not gonna lie. Gives it kind of a cartoon outline. Why does the skull not have it though? It's because the skull has multiple materials, isn't it? If I go ahead and click on this, look at it in the inspector, the materials are um, bone instance and bone material instance. But if I look at you, I have all three. So why is it not working? This isn't a skin mesh render. This is what's being used. This has the same thing, basically. Bone material, they're both instances. And it's the same thing here. Is it because I have this additional element? No. So why is it broken? Why is the skull the only thing to not have this? I mean, well, I guess it's not that. I guess it does make sense the fact that it is the only thing with the bone material instance. Let's try this. Let's go ahead and remove a thing. I said let's go ahead and remove a thing. So it's like kind of working. Kind of. Oh, I have a theory on what it might be. I think it might be because the eyes are indented. You see how they go into the head? That is why I think it does it. But that doesn't make sense because the way it works is it goes ahead and goes to every vertex and then it goes out from that vertex. So why would this be on the inside, you know? Also, you can clearly see when you go inside of an object clearly that, you know, you can see where you can see the outline from inside of it because the outline is just a basically a bubble around it with this extra stuff. I don't know, this is weird though. Oh, hold on a moment. These are the order in which they're being used. Okay. This order actually matters. Now what this means is, for some reason, it's not rendering this last thing. Probably because there are two separate things here. And because there are two separate things here, um, it actually has to keep track of it. It's not just going to add on a separate shader. It now actually has to say, oh, which UV does this belong to? Neither of them? Neither of them have this? Oh well, then throw it away. So how do we fix that? How do we make it not be stupid? Well, two things immediately come to mind. The first is to literally make the eye sockets separate models. That's stupid. No, I'm not doing that. Hmm. So, I have some theories now on why it's not working. However, that doesn't change the fact that it's not working. I'm not really sure on how to fix it. Also, let's see what happens when you explode. As expected, this is the only thing that isn't being fixed. Because, of course, you have this separate element. So how do we fix this? Now, looking at the mesh render, this render has more materials than the mesh render submeshes. Hold on, does this have the same error? It does. Multiple materials will be applied to the same submesh, which costs performance. Consider using multiple shader passes. What a great idea. So let's see. Now, I'd love to just turn this off for a second. All right, that didn't work. Um, let's see what happens if I make another one. Nothing. Great. Of course, if I move this up, then that becomes what it's used for rendering the eyes. This is what gets used for this. And the hole doesn't get used at all. We go ahead and change this to this. Okay, no, it still works. Or it didn't change, which shouldn't happen. Because the bone, this outline, is being used where the skull should be. The hole is being used where the bone or where the hole should be. So the hole is actually being used in the correct place, and then the skull is being used. Um, hmm. Then the bone is being used over the entire model. So I guess this kind of does make sense in a way, but not really. Like when we're inside the model, we can see out of it. We don't see a line inside of it, which is weird. I don't know. I mean, we could just leave it, but I feel like that's weird. Also, let's go ahead and increase the outline thickness. So we're going to go ahead and increase that to 0.05. Oh, I didn't save. Save asset. Can't really see it. Let me make sure you can actually see it in there. So I'm actually going to increase this to 0.5 here. So save asset. Let's see what this looks like. No, you can't see it. Why not? Oh, wait. Are these using it? They should be using it. Let's see, bone material. Bone material is using 0.001. Of course. That looks very weird, which makes sense because I increased this so much. Thankfully, we should be able to just turn this down. 0.01. And no, that did not change it. I guess I have to completely restart it. All right, let's try point free. Well, hello there, awesome TMC. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. Are the normals flipped the wrong way? That's a good question. That actually might be it. It shouldn't be that way. It really shouldn't, because if it was that, then this you wouldn't actually be able to see this in Blender, or you wouldn't be able to see it in Unity. While in Blender, you can see something if its normals are inside out. In Unity, you will see through it. Unless this material is actually two-sided. Is it though? Hold on. I assumed that you wouldn't be able to see through it, but there was a chance you might be able to. Um, that's illumination. It would be odd. Yeah. Hmm. Doesn't look that way, but we can go into Blender and see. Let's open this up in Blender. I really doubt this is it, but just for my own peace of mind, let's check. Yeah, face orientation is correct. So that's actually correct. I'm not losing my mind completely here. That's actually appropriately thick. You know, I want this to be a thick outline because I want you to be able to see this from far away. There are some artifacts like this though. Ooh. Hmm. I want to change that. Let's see what I can do there. Let's try decreasing this in a sorting priority. Let's increase its sorting priority. Okay, neither of those worked. Use override. Starts at 2000. Let's try 20,000. Let's try making it 20,000 first. Well, hello there, Gustavo. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. All right, changing that did not change anything, which is a bit unfortunate. Let's try the lowest thing. Does it go lower than 2000? Does. Yeah, it still looks weird. The reason is all of these are overlapping with each other. All these outlines. Now, when you're far away, it actually doesn't matter. I should be able to fix that actually with the render. I should watch Mariga's Ma's latest video. Live reaction? Should I? Nah, I couldn't. I don't want to stop the stream for that. Terraria or MC, TMC, or Minecraft, I guess. I don't know what TMC is though. But I haven't played Terraria, so I would say Minecraft probably. But that's just, it wins by default. Now, I wish I could use that. Actually, I might be able to do this. Hold on, I want to try something. Oh, TMC. It's in your name. Okay. I'm going to try this. This should actually solve my problem, most likely. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to do this. I'm actually going to remove this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so the material is the same material. So you don't actually take in the Blender material. So what we're going to do is we're going to say current game object mesh render dot materials. That material equals material or bone material. Now this should replace your original material. However, I'm going to make it so your original material still exists. So we're going to create a new shader graph, built in, unlit or lit shader graph. And we're going to call this bone shader graph. And now if we go into here, I need more space for this. Yeah, now what we can do is we can go here. Actually, I'm not sure if this will work. Because this is this base color. There might be an and function. Let's see if there is. I'm going to turn this volume off so I can actually put some music back on. We haven't had music on for a while. Is a 1,000-year door good? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's definitely not perfect, but I definitely would say it's probably better than Origami King and whatnot. I hate to say it, but yeah, having experience is one of the most crucial parts that the game lacks. Alright, so what I want to do now is Unity shader graph mix results from lit and unlit shader. Yeah, this isn't right. Dang it. It doesn't look like you can actually combine two shaders at once. Yeah, no. Unfortunate. Wait, what? What is this? Player model 1 material? Bone material? Why is there two of these? Um, I'm gonna delete this. I'm not sure if I should. Hold up. Well, first of all, I need to go back to this where it's adding the material. So this should go ahead and work for everything that isn't um, the skull. Yeah. Also, don't these have a layer? No, these are on default layer. These are on layer ground, which is fine. These are the only thing that need this. Alright, so what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm pretty sure this is unneeded. I'm going to change this to red and just see if anything changes. And if nothing does, I'm going to go ahead and delete it. Yeah. Alright. So my guess on why this is happening is, for all of these, for like this and whatnot, this, they all have UVs. Or they don't have UVs. So when a new material gets added, it just gets applied to the whole model. However, this has a UV. And the skull has a UV. And the first material gets applied to this part of the UV. And then the second material gets applied to the eyes. Which means there's actually a really, really easy way to solve this problem. It's actually surprisingly simple. Like, stupidly simple, actually. All I have to do is go into the player model. Oh, wait, I actually have to re-import it. Dang it. But what I can do, actually, is if I go into here, into player model v1 import settings, is if I go into model, no materials, um, I guess this is probably the easiest way to do it, though. What I should be able to do is just make, like, something I noticed is that when you go ahead and remove the hole, or like if I go ahead and make this red, let's go ahead and make this outline red for right now. So it's a little bit easier to see. You should be able to see red in their eyes, if my idea is correct. If I go here, yeah, you can see how there's red in the eyes. So what I believe is happening is that the eyes are, it's reusing the UV of the eyes, not reusing the UV of the skull. What this means is I either have to set it so the skull is the last thing, or I have to just set it so that it uses the right UV. Now, how do I do that? That's going to be a little bit tricky, but I should be able to do it. So here in the code, What if I do this? I go ahead and say current game object, and I say, let's see what I can do with this. Dot bake mesh clone scribe blend shape weight, get components, get instance ID, get materials, vertex buffer, has descriptor. I don't know what these do. Light map index? No. Material? Set. Let's see if ChatGPT can write up something. I want to test it. So I'm going to say, like, in Unity, I have a model, or I have a, it's not a model. I have an object with two materials. I guess it's not a UV. I want to add a third material through code. Do it applies it in the same want location as the first. Still new. Place the first material. The location. Alright, let's see what I can come up with. So it says material, new material, first material. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, wait. Maybe I used a renderer. That might actually be it. Dot. Um, let's see if this has it. As an index. That's not it. Shared materials. Alright, whatever. That's it, I'm giving up. I'm gonna do it the easy way. All it means is I have to remember this. Remember this player model. All I have to do is this. Hopefully. We just go like this. And then let you do this. And there we go. I should fix the problem. File. Save. File. Export. And we're going to export it as FBX. We want to export the mesh. The armature. I'm pretty sure I leave all the other settings as is. Hopefully that doesn't break anything. It shouldn't. Still not working though. Why is element 1 still whole? Okay. I don't know. Maybe it's because alphabetical order? Because bone is before hole here. If so, that's kind of stupid, but I'll have a better idea. Normals, import, smoothness scale. Um, so on-demand remap. I don't know. Like, the thing is, I just need some way of telling it, hey, use this location, use the same location as this location. So we have material, first material equals render material 0. Now what happens if we do this? I don't think that would do anything. That's not what I want. Don't use offset. Oh wait, crap. I said don't use offset. Don't use textures. Okay, yeah. ChatGPT is not understanding this. So Unity, copy location of one material to another. Alright, I guess the next thing to try is this. Let's see this. Bone material dot properties. You don't need a main texture. Shader keywords. I just want to say that I want this thing to copy that. But of course it doesn't make sense for it to be this because this should be in the renderer or something. Like that's the thing. This should be a part of a renderer. The renderer should have a thing that says, oh, what text you have a list of materials and each material is mapped onto a certain location, you know? But it doesn't have that. The G in ChatGPT stands for gaslighting. True. Let's get component. Let's try. Let's just look through both skin mesh render. Let's look through mesh render as well. First of all, actually, let's look at this. If we look at you, and then we look at a model, we have a skin mesh renderer. We do not have a filter. So dot skin mesh renderer dot. It's not just gonna be dot materials. Ugh. Let's see what dot material dot can do. That might be actually it. I don't know. I mean, like, you shouldn't be affecting the material itself. You should be affecting the thing. You should be affecting the renderer and telling the renderer, hey, render two things with these vertices. Or something like that. Get matrix. That's so useful. Get texture. Definitely not that. So why is this not working? Dot. What's sorting order? No. I don't know. This is driving me crazy. Game object dot get component. I feel like it has to be render dot equals let's see what I can. I'm gonna try asking ChatGPT again, but I'm gonna ask it what it is, not to do it for me, or not to generate code. So I'm gonna ask it. Let's say I have a coin modeled two squares in Blender as one object. I apply to material. One to each square. I import the object into Unity. Still displays both squares with their respective materials. How does it know where to apply each material? Okay, so it creates a submesh. How can I add a material to a specific submesh? So we add a new material. Materials submesh index. By using the mesh render components and materials array, it's important to note that adding the new use both materials simultaneously, that it will replace the existing material. Okay, so you'll have to use Alright, so apparently there's no way to get the same submesh. So what if instead I say, how can I copy mesh to a... I guess I could do that. I could add another mesh render. How can I copy the submesh to a separate submesh So game object, instantiate, mesh render, copied object, okay, component. If copied render equals null, material, new materials, then for each, it goes ahead and sets it. I mean, it might just be that I have to actually, but that doesn't really work well though. And obviously I don't want to just pop the eyes out because then they'll act like a separate object and I don't want to do that because obviously, I mean, do I? Do I care if the eyes are a separate object? That's actually interesting. That might actually be the answer. Just ignore this. Make the eyes like, make them a child of the object. However, maybe that'll work. That actually isn't a bad idea. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Of course, I can't really do it. I'm not sure if it's a good idea or not. I don't think it is, actually. Nah. Because if I separate this into a separate mesh, that could be a problem with the subdivision surface. So I don't think that's actually smart. Import. Then we're going to go ahead and set this to use external materials. No. On-demand remap. Recursive up. What I don't get is why is this still... Like, why is this above? Why is bone above this? Above hole? Maybe if I rename it. Maybe if I rename it so hole is above that, it'll actually work. If I go to skull. Where is skull? Where is skull? Here's skull. Wait, materials can have children? What? Wait, this gives me an idea. If I can set the child of this to it, then it might actually work. I'm actually going to try this. So materials, yada yada yada, I don't care. Then current game object materials, just reset that to this. If I go ahead and do this, now I go here. Now it shouldn't be set. However, if I can set the child of a material to a material, that might actually do it. So I go here, then I go up here, don't care about you. I go here to you. Then we go to materials, which aren't here anymore. Why would they be? Um, sure, I guess. Why not? Anyway, what I should be able to do, I want to try adding a child material to this, but I don't really want to edit this in particular. Also, there is no child material here. Or I guess it says material variants. I'm not sure if I can actually add children. Well, hello there, Travis. Glad you can make it. Thank you for joining us. Currently, I'm trying to make a material that'll create an outline of the skeleton, but it is not working. And I've been slamming my head into a wall for the last X hours. I wonder what copy good does. I don't know. Do you like your birthday? Let me see what they are. I'll see what they look like. And of course it doesn't actually let me see where you are. Of course, why would I ever want to actually go to your channel when I click on your name? Also, I like the enemy. It kind of looks like it has a bunch of eyes on it, though. I'm not sure if that's what you're intending. Also, what? I haven't heard this before. I don't recognize this song. Oh, it's a beta tune. Plumber's Cave. Man. Can't believe I haven't heard this before. So, I guess what I'm going to try next is this. The birthday eye cake. Maybe. Classic song. So, I guess the first thing we can try is this. I'm going to try to rename my character. So we're going to go ahead and open this up. Now I already have one open. Now I already moved hole up here. Now let me rename the material to 0, 1, hole. And I'm going to rename this to 0, 2, bone. This should change it if it's alphabetical. So file, save, file, export, FBX. I do want it to replace export FBX. And now if we go back to Unity, Now if we go to materials, oh, one hole, let's go. And just like that, now it should work. Also, I need to add this back. Come on. Come on, bruh. Really? Really? Why? Why you gotta be this way? Why the hell do you gotta be this way? Why is it putting 0-2 bone above 0-1 hole? Why? Why is it doing it? Stop being this way. Maybe it's this? UV maps? Just one UV map. Face maps, no attributes. Not gonna remesh it. Let me try this. So it's not the renaming. So I can go ahead and rename this back to bone and hole. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to remove bone. I'm just going to flat out remove it. And then I'm going to re-add it. Bone. And now I'm going to go ahead and set these to bone. The only exception being that. There we go. Now I'm going to go ahead and export it again. FBX, export. Now it has hole before bone. There's no way it doesn't realize that hole should be before bone now. But it's stupid, so it does. Why is it like this? Why can't it just not be stupid? Just put the gosh darn hole before the gosh darn bone material. No, it's not alphabetical order. I just tried that. I just tried to put it as 0-1 hole, 0-2 bone. Didn't like it. Doesn't like it for some reason. Why is it stupid like this? Also, I need to put on some more music. We'll put on the Kirby's Epic Yarn OST. Always a good thing to listen to. But I don't understand it. Why can't it just understand that I want to use hole before I use bone? Please. I'm going to remove both of them and then export it. I'm going to do that. Screw you, game. You want to play hardball? You want to mess with me? Fine. We'll play. File, export, FBX. I'm not even doing selected objects, so it doesn't matter. So we're going to export this. No more hole. And you'll see their eyes disappear and their nose disappear. Wow, no more materials. Okay. And now what we're going to do is we're going to do this. We're going to go back here, and then we're going to go ahead and in materials, we're going to add hole. Actually, we are not going to do it that way. We're going to add hole. We actually should turn on fake user. That is actually something we should turn on. All right, so we're going to do that, and then we're going to export it. File, export, FBX. There we go. Now it's going to only have the hole as a part of it. Why did its material not change? Why did it not change? This is incorrect. File, export, FBX, armature mesh. That's for geometry. Okay, that updated it. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add in bone again. Now we're going to go ahead and export it. Actually, we need to export all. File, export, FBX. Let's try it again. So now, when we do this, it should not be stupid. Let's try exporting it again. Last time we had to export it twice. Come on. Okay. So now, by all accounts, hole has been created before bone. So when we click on this, it should go hole bone. Right? I hate you so much. Like literally so much I hate you. Why? Why won't you just use hole and then bone? Oh my god. Alright, I'll try renaming it again because I don't know what else to do. Paper Mario Sticker Star. Sticker Star doesn't have that good music. Alright. O2 bone. File, export, FBX. Then we're going to go here. We're going to remove selected objects. We're going to export it. Load it in Unity. Then we're going to go ahead and export it again. Let's see. Is it alphabetical order? Is it just that's what it is? No, it just wants bone to be first. It's always going to put bone first. So why? Why is it not freaking doing the one thing I'm telling it to do that by all accounts it should be doing? Is it because other objects here uh are don't have hole that don't have hole first? Is that why? Is that the problem? And because of that, it's deciding to be as stupid as humanly possible? That's honestly probably it. The fact that other objects here don't have it. You know, the problem with this is the fact that it takes the last freaking thing. Why can't you just say, hey, copy the submesh that you have and also apply this material to it? You literally can do that. It duplicates whatever your last submesh is here, and it just uses that repeatedly. Why doesn't it let you choose? Why doesn't it say, oh, which submesh do you want to use? Oh, you want to use number 0? Then use it. All right. Well, in that case, my guess is that I have to find the first segment, the first thing that gets added. And I have to add hole to that and have hole before. And no, I do not know why I have to export it twice for it to re-update. Normally just sending it out once would be enough, but for this, why not? So only one thing can have this submesh. Isn't that great? You can copy the property path, but you can't actually fix the problem. Haha, isn't that funny? We're just gonna see. Can I go ahead and what if I do this? What if I duplicate this? Duplicate array element. That might be it. Hold up, this might actually be it. No, it's not. It's stupid. If I remove this, yep, it's just rendering the bone and then it's rendering it after. It's still the same location, same submesh. So why is it doing it? I thought duplicating it would be the answer. I was wrong. All right, let's try this again. We're going to go ahead here, make bone material. Let's just try duplicating it a bunch. See, that would work. That would work. Unfortunately, you can only have one element 0. Can't just copy it. Let's try copying that and then pasting it here. Oh, but you're not allowed to paste. You're allowed to copy the property path and then never, or apply as override prefab player. Wait, what? Wait, Atlas? What the hell's Atlas mean? Did not want that. What if I do this? What's copy Atlas do? I'm pretty sure that didn't work. Let's try copying path. Nope, did not work. Copy GUID. Nope. Let's try Vispo. So we're going to go to properties, properties, properties. Where the hell's the properties? All right, so we'll go here. Of course, it's the worst freaking size possible. It's so large of a window. Thank you for that, by the way. Then we're going to go here to, not edit. Dang it. Did not mean to hit edit. Now it's in stupid mode. Where's the copy Atlas button? I'd like to copy Atlas button. Where's the copy Atlas button? Please, please. So we're gonna try copying Atlas. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go to here as well. And paste Atlas did literally nothing. Great. And it's because this is a material. This is the literal material, not the thing. It's just so frustrating because like I know exactly what I want it to do, but I'm not allowed to just say, hey, don't be a freaking idiot. Because that doesn't work. Hello, welcome to the stream, Shellos to Shellos. I'm currently trying to make it so the outline works. Essentially, I want to outline to surround both characters, one red, one blue. However, in order to do this. Now for bones, this works perfectly fine, for everything besides the skull that is. And that's because for the bones, I just add on another material, and then that material is an outline. It has the inverse face culling, so because it's, or not culling, but it has its face's normals flipped, so, and it's slightly larger than the actual bone. So when you look at it, um, you look at the outside, which because its normals are flipped, you look inside of that, so you can see the bone inside. But then if you slightly miss it, if you look slightly past it, like if your camera's over here, if you look directly at the bone, you'll hit the outside, but its normals are flipped, so you see the bone. But if you look slightly around it, um, you'll hit the inside barrier, and because the normals are flipped, this will actually be visible. And that's all well and good, except for the fact that this only works on bones because they don't have anything, they only have one material, only one submesh. And whenever you use a submesh, and whenever you add a new material, it uses the most recent submesh. However, for the skull, I've been trying to use the skull submesh, around the skull like you would expect. However, for some ungodly reason, it will only use the eye submesh. This means you get a little bit of outline inside the eyes, and that's literally it. I personally don't want that to happen. I personally want to get the skull submesh, but it will not give me it under any circumstance because that's what I want. I don't know why it's doing that, but it isn't. It's doing bullshit to me. Haha, funny. And I've been stuck on that for like the last 2 hours. I've tried reordering these in Blender. I've tried reordering them, reordering their names, just outright deleting one and then adding the other, and it's just not working. What I assume I have to do is I have to add hole to every single bone, the whole material to every single bone, and make sure it's above in every circumstance. If it does that, then I guess it'll probably do it. Because then it'll be reversed here, and then it'll not be stupid. I think that's literally the only way I can do it. Will it even work? I don't know. I don't. But at this point, I'm out of options. All right, let's do this. So we're going to add in hole. Boom. Let's actually work our way down from here. So heart, that's actually going to need to get a special thing that's going to be separate. Pelvis L, let's go. You get hole. Actually, it might be possible to just only do it to one if like spine 001. Maybe if I just do it to pelvis L, it'll work. I don't know. We set in Unity. File, save, file, export. For some reason I have to doubly export it every time. I'm not even going to bother checking until I actually send it again. Let's look at here. On a man remap. Hole is still less than bone. So that didn't work, unfortunately. So let's keep going. Hole. Hole. Whoops. I need to add a new material. Everything needs to have the hole in it. Actually, one thing I do need to check is if Pelvicell actually got this material. It doesn't actually look like it. Or that's Pelvisaur, actually. No wonder. Please tell me Pelvicell is actually getting this and it's not being smart. Shit. It's not. It's being smart. Which is bad, because if it's being smart, that means it's going to just say, oh, well, you're not actually using the hole, so as such, we're just going to remove it. Oh my god, I just want it to frickin' work. You know, none of this would have happened if it just gave me a frickin' way to do the damn thing I want to do. Let's see if it does this. If it removes it again. Export. File save. File export. FBX. This should have like shoulder and whatnot. But no. Oh, man. So, unfortunately, it's being smart. And it's realizing, hey, you're not using hole. As such, we'll get rid of it for you. Which, in turn, is making it so it says, oh, the first object here doesn't have hole. So our first material that we're going to import is bone. As such, then bone is always the first material, which means hole is always the second material, which means it's the last material for the skull, which means I can't ever get the frickin' bone submesh. Why can't I just swap them? Just swap the submeshes. Make it so the submesh that I freaking want is in the right location. Why can't I do it? Would it have been so hard to make that an option? Would it have been that bad? Unfortunately, this is doing nothing. And unfortunately, the only way to get around this would be to literally go ahead and add in something that actually uses the material. And that ain't gonna happen. So yeah. Rid of hole there, get rid of hole here. So this begs the question, what do I do now? Somehow I have to get the submesh. Somehow. But it won't let me. It will do everything in its power to make sure I never get my hands on the submesh that I want. So how do I do it? And I, of course, can't just put it all into one shader, into one, thing, because that would be way too simple. I mean, an unlit shader and a lit shader at the same time? What kind of craziness are you talking about? So I have to use two separate shaders that have to access the same submesh, except I'm never allowed to actually access this submesh. Great. Now there is one theoretical way that I could do this. There's two theoretical ways. One is to separate the hole, just remove the holes from the mesh, and make it so the skull only has this, and then go ahead and add in the holes as a child. That's really stupid. It might literally be my only way, though. Alternatively, I could go ahead and make a duplicate skull that then just doesn't have the holes either. And that's purely used for it. However, that wouldn't work because then you have the problem of, oh, what happens when you blow up? Then the second skull goes flying. And I have no idea how it will interact if you have a child, and that's stupid, and I'm not going to try that. I don't want to have a child skull, which is a child of a skull. Oh my god, why can't they just make it simple? I'm going to go ahead and save, file, export, FBX. Now, I do have another idea. What if I set the last submesh? What if I set the last submesh to the first submesh? This is my idea. So let's go to cur game object dot get component dot mesh. Or I don't think I can get the mesh. I think I have to get render dot mesh or something. What is it a part of? If I look at this, it's a part of the skin mesh renderer. Skin mesh renderer dot mesh. The shared mesh dot submesh. Set submesh. Oh my god. I might be able to do this. Set submesh. Alright, what do I have to pass in? An index? The submesh index. We're going to be setting index free. Actually, let's start off by getting submesh. Get submesh. And we're going to be getting index 0. And also we're going to be setting 2. I said the wrong index. This might be it. This might be it. We might actually have figured it out. I might have figured this shit out. First of all, we have to set this though. So we're going to say, what does this return? Is it return a mesh? Descriptor. Submesh descriptor. Submesh equals. Okay, so now what I need to say is submesh, or no, I need to say cur game object dot get component skin mesh renderer dot shared mesh dot set submesh. And it looks like I can do this. So I set the index of 2 to we set it to submesh. Please tell me this works. By all accounts, this should work. This should set the submesh at index 2 to the right submesh. Please just work. Just work for once. Don't be stupid. Don't be idiotic. Don't even be really dumb. What? Oh, it crashed. Alright. It's okay. The reason it failed is because there is no index there. That's fine. That's fine. All this means is I have to set it to the last submesh. So instead of this, we say materials dot length. So materials is going to be that additional material. So if it's 2, it'll be 2. Or if it's free, it'll be free, but I need to do 1 less. So -1. Okay. This is a good sign, maybe, perhaps. I haven't seen a bad sign yet. The fact that it crashed actually does make sense. Alright, invalid submesh index. Got1 should be 0, 1. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Got1 should be 0, 1. That's like saying, oh, you're only allowed, when you flip a coin, you're only allowed to get heads or tails. Oh, sorry, but you're not allowed to actually get tails. What the hell do you mean not allowed to set 1? Maybe add submesh? Maybe I have to change this to add submesh or something? Maybe set submesh doesn't actually work. Dot add? No. This is a bad sign. Oh, I guess I could do that. Oh, this is gonna be a silly little thing, isn't it? Ooh, it's gonna be silly. So what we gotta do is this. We do -1 here, dot submesh count. Wait, no, we don't have to do this. We don't have to do all this bullshit. We only have to do most of this bullshit. set submeshes. Um, you know what, this might actually just be easier. Now this shouldn't completely work. This should remove the holes in the eyes. But it should give... Yes! Kind of works. But it does remove the holes in the eyes, just as I thought. And the reason this happens is pretty simple. I'm replacing the submesh of the eyes. So what this means I need to do is I need to replace the skull submesh with the eye submesh. And I also have to replace the materials. I'm literally going to, because it's so stupid to not allow you to do it in any other way, I'm going to manually flip the way it works. God damn it, this is so freaking stupid. Alright. So now what we can do is this. Cur game object dot get component skin mesh renderer dot shared mesh dot set submesh, and then we're going to be setting 0. We're going to be setting it to this, basically. We're actually going to rename this. I'm going to call this submesh 0. Yeah, sure. And I'm also going to make a submesh 1. Submesh 1. And this is going to get the one at materials -2. So if there's only 2 materials, this will get the thing at material 0. So the first thing we do is we set, actually we can move this over now. Now that I'm getting both of these, we're saying this to submesh 1. And now the skull should be whole, but that's good. What the hell? Why is it screwed up? Why thing broke? Does it flip every time? What? It appears to not like what I'm doing. Wow. It doesn't like what I'm doing? Damn, it's crazy how I don't actually care that it doesn't like it. Set submesh 0 shares part of its index buffer with submesh 1. Sharing a part of an index buffer can result in Yeah, great. Yeah, this partially works, kind of. Actually, no, it doesn't. The outside of this should be... What? Okay, this is kind of weird. I'm gonna remove this, because I don't understand how it's affecting... What the hell? Like, saving this shouldn't do anything. Why is it... What the hell? Element 0 is bone. Element 1 is whole. Well, I'm gonna re-export this. File, export, FBX. There we go. Alright. Now it is still complaining at me. Character with Unicode value is not found in the font acid. So why are you using that font? 6 node options failed to load. Why are you doing this anyway? I don't know why it's trying to use visual coding anyway. I do not understand why it would be doing that. And then it's looking for more Unicode characters. Sure, whatever. So none of that actually matters. So now let's use this. Save. No, this shouldn't change anything in a Unity scene right now. Okay. Okay. Now when I play, now it is not working. Why is it not working? So submesh 0 is 0. Then it sets length -2 to submesh 0. So if you start off with 2 elements, you add on a third, so you're up to 3, and then you go ahead and subtract 2, so you should be editing submesh 1. You should be setting that to submesh 0. So why is it setting... So why is that not working? Then obviously when I do this, maybe it's because I am getting the submesh. But no, that doesn't make sense because I'm just... What does set submesh actually do? Alright. Does a bunch of stuff that I can't actually see. Great. Alright. and that's materials length -2. So that should be setting submesh 1 to 0 and setting submesh 0 to 1. I don't understand how this isn't seeing it. Like, this, by all accounts, should be working mostly. So why is the skull so far underneath the map? Also, oh gosh. That's a bug. I guess the mesh is... Yeah, I guess mesh has a different thing. Yeah, that would explain that. I guess the next thing I'm going to do before I keep on fooling with it is this. I want to make a renderer. What does he do? So he makes a new layer. I'll call this outlined. Oh wait, I want to actually do this here in the prefab. Change children as well. There we go. This is outlined, all the children are outlined, yep. So now what I do is made a custom renderer. How did he do that? He goes to create rendering. Create rendering. Where's rendering? Rendering. Should be under audio mixer. Obviously mine doesn't have that. Let me see if I can install a package. Assets, package manager. Where's package manager? I want package manager, please. Windows, package manager. Can I install URP? Universal Here we go. This was actually uploaded pretty recently. Alright, reloading the main. Should be pretty much done. Alright, so this should be good. Alright, cool. So now what we should be able to do is actually use this. Rendering materials. I want to select at least one material. That's fine for now, actually. We should be able to do this, though. Create rendering under audio mixer. Here it is. Not really, though. Where the hell is it? Why is there no URP here? I'm down to 46 free gigabytes. Alright, so that wasn't the right thing to get, I guess. Oh well. Jobs. Let's do rendering. So I already have this. Rendering, no. Renderer, no. Universal? No. I wonder if there's a way to If there's anything for Blender. Actually doesn't look like it. You know what? Never mind. We'll deal with it later. For now, I just really want this to frickin' work. I don't get why it won't. I just don't get why. How is it not seeing this? How is it not, getting hit by this? How is it not seeing, oh, it's getting the component, skin mesh renderer. Wonder what I can do with a sub mesh renderer. Dot. No, can't use that. Like, I don't get it. I mean, set submesh int index, and then we put in a submesh. So it should be flipping them. And when it flips it, it should be going ahead and flipping, I don't get it. Let me put this above. Maybe that'll do it. Like, it should be flipping the order. By all accounts, it should be flipping the order. But it's not. Why isn't it? There isn't a reason, but, it's not. I don't get it. By all accounts, I'm doing the right thing. I'm taking the submesh and then I'm replacing the submesh order. Unless it's like a priority queue, in which case, well, then I'm screwed. I don't want to close this because I don't want to deal with exporting it again, but keep on accidentally clicking on Blender. Do we have indices 420, vertices 165? I like how it's deprecated. The one thing that might actually help me is going to be deprecated soon. That's so funny. Let's try this. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to do this. Bar. After it's done. Save. So we start off with foo. Foo. So that remains the same, that remains the same, that remains the same. $24.20, free 6, free 6, free 6, free 6, free 6. Okay. 864, 864, 864, 864, 576, 576, 576, 576, free 6, free 6, free 6, free 6, 9 free 6, 9 free 6, 9 free 6, 9 free 6, 168, 168, 168, 168, 2784, 2784, 2784, 2784, free 24, free 24, free 24, free 24, 250, 250, free 24, free 24, free 24, free 24, 250, 180, free 60, free 60, free 60, free 60, free 4008. Hold up. Foo bar. Hold the frickin' phone. Triangles indices equals 4008, comma 972. Vertices 17,000. Base TX equals 0. Bound center 0, 0, 0, extends 0, 1, 0, 0. Wait, 0, 1, 0 0.01, 0 0.00, 0 0.00. So the fact that it went from indices 4008 to 4008, comma 972, I really doubt it got 1,000 times more vertices. I'm calling bullshit on that. So clearly something isn't working as intended. Now, one idea that I have is that maybe this needs to be a new submesh descriptor. Let's just try one line. We're going to go ahead and set the last thing And we're going to be setting it to the first thing. Just in one fell line, one swell line. That's it. I did not mean to hit attach to Unity. Let's see what happens now. It did this. But now it's screwed this up. As you can see, now this is messed up. It's like it's been permanently set. Now, why are the eyes missing? Why? That doesn't make sense. In this case, we can assume that... I don't know. I actually don't know. But I mean, like, technically this works in a way. Just that we don't have any eyes now. I guess it's because we're actually affecting the mesh. Now what's interesting is we never actually set that value to anything. We never set the first submesh value to anything. However, it has been interpreted as having a second thing, which is weird. But yeah, it's also weird that still this is fine. Now obviously we can export this again. Export FBX. And this will fix it temporarily. But then when we run it again, the mesh will be set again. Of course, we have to export it twice for some reason. And when we do, it's fine until we run it, in which case it'll break. And obviously we need to fix that as well. But yeah, this kind of makes sense because it's actually setting the mesh. Like it is changing the underlying mesh. Which I guess just means that the mesh needs to be remade or something. I don't know. You know, none of this would have happened if we could just set the goddamn submesh. Oh wait, I can actually do this really quickly. This will actually fix the size problem. First, I'm actually going to remove this though. I can just comment it out. File, export. I'm just going to try exporting it twice in a row. See if this actually does it. Yeah, okay. So one thing that I can actually do for this, I forgot to do, is here. This is the position. It adds the position to it. This actually can be multiplied or divided by. And it can be divided by scale. Object scale. This should make it consistent between all things. Yeah, there we go. So that's one improvement made. It just looks so jarring with the damn head. But yeah, that's at least fixed. All right. So now let's try to solve this problem once again. The problem, to lay it out, I'm going to rubber duck debug this thing if I have to. The problem is that there are submeshes, and I can't change the order of these submeshes through code, otherwise things break. They don't get reset. Somehow I need to have them set though. Which means there's a few ways I can do this. Honestly, I think the most likely way right now is to quite literally just make it so whole is first. I think that is the best option right now. Now to ensure that this is going to work, we're going to do this. 0, 1 whole, 0, 2 bone. And we're actually going to add in whole in a few of these. And what I think are the most likely to be first objects. So we're going to start in bone job because that's the first one here. And we're going to go ahead and add in bone or whole. And we're going to go ahead and then in here we're actually going to add in something. A point or a plane. We're going to set its scale to 0. We're going to take that, put it right there. Scale to 0. Alright, so that's just for starters. So now, I want to check to make sure Bone Jaw actually has this. So we're going to export it. File export, FBX. Alright, now we go here. Now let's see. I want to make sure it actually got it. If we look at Bone Jaw, it only has 0.2 bone. Okay. In that case, we're going to do that again. Except this time, we're going to not make it entirely invisible. We're going to put it like right here. Obviously, this will be removed later, or at least shrunken, but we're going to do this for now. So save, export, FBX, file, export, FBX. There we go. Now, you'll see it pop up right here. And by all accounts, it should have the right texture. And it does. And as you can see, now we have the whole material. Let's go. Now, we just have to make it so it's first. So in player one model, Bone Jaw is the first thing here. However, clearly, it was not set first. Why is that? Like, I really don't want to have to add in one of these for every single freaking thing, but I think I'm going to have to. Oh well. You do what you have to. There's a lot of bones, Bo. But I'll do what I need. Actually, before I go out and do this, let's see if there's a way to swap them. How to change order of exported materials in Blender. Materials are listed alphabetically. Maybe the number doesn't actually change anything. I want to see something. Before I continue, let me actually use letters. I've always used numbers. Let's see. No, did not change anything. Has modification time of 2023. Alright, so modification times are slightly off, I guess. Honestly, the name is actually more fitting now. You have B-Bone, but more importantly, you have A-Hole. Because that's what this damn material is turning out to be. Oh, I tried to do it the easy way. Now it's time to do it the hard way. Right, shoulder. Right, that's shoulder R. Skull. Obviously, this also has it. Sternum. Hull. Alright. Next, spine. Oh boy, we get 7 spine segments, or 8 spine segments. That's great. Fun fact, if this doesn't work, I'm going to be pissed. It's not really a fun fact, but it's the truth. This better work. Even if it does work, I'm going to still have to clean it up. It's not like this makes my life easy by any stretch. You know, I wanted to do a lot tonight. I wanted to make hazards, I wanted to go ahead and do this, I wanted to do a whole bunch of stuff, but no, I gotta be stuck doing this the whole time. Because it has to be stupid and not freaking let me rearrange it. I'm pretty sure there's 45 of these things I have to make. Oh well. No sense being salty in it now. Well, I can be salty about it. No sense in complaining. Move that up. Add plane. least the Kirby's Epic Yarn music is calming. Add, hole, move, go, insert, plane, scale, move, insert, hole, move, add, plane. There we go. Now that we're down to spine, let's see if it's enough, or if I have to add more. File, export, FBX, export, export, FBX, export. Probably still have to keep going, but you know, I can hope. Hope it'll frickin' work. Nope. 2 bone is still before 0-1 hole. Why? 'Cause screw you. Clavicle R. Move up. Plane. Shrink. Rib. Oh boy, a bunch of ribs. I'm sure this will be really fun. Alright. Rib B. Move that up. Plane. Add. Hole. Did the position actually change? I feel like it did. Of hole in the menu. I'm not entirely sure. Once we're done with the ribs, I think I'm going to check again. See if it's not going to be stupid anymore. Let's see if this works. Toward FBX. I'm sure I'm going to get a bunch more warnings because it's going to hate that. Oh. Still wrong. Still wrong. Of course it's still wrong. Wait. Zero one hole is first. The 0-1 hole is first. Not here, because screw you, but everywhere that isn't here, it's first. I don't know. So why? Why is it doing this? I mean, I might as well finish off here now. Already like halfway. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty close actually. All things considered. $15 more. Give it up for 15 more. Now we get to the last section, the legs. Excuse me. All right, 39. We really are getting close. That's good. Knee. 40. I just realized something. I'm stupid. Wait. Actually, maybe I'm not. Maybe that would work, actually, if this doesn't. I have a plan B now. I just thought of something. And just like that. Alright, I guess let's try it. And yet, after all of that, after all of it, it's still broken. It's still freaking broken. After all of it. After all of that, it still won't just freaking move. Won't just swap them. Won't just swap them. Won't just have the freaking one above the freaking two. It has to have it that way. No, no. It has to have it that way. Alright. Just to see if this changes anything, we're going to go ahead and swap them again. Wait. Delightfully devilish, Seymour. Good news. I figured out how to solve my problem. First of all, I'm going to delete all these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there anything that'll tell me how many things I have selected? No. Anything at all? Anything that'll tell me what I'm trying to get? Nope, nothing that'll tell me how many things I have. Oh wait, I can just do this. Hole, select, and now I'll get all the holes. I just have to make sure I deselect you. Yeah, I just figured it out. I figured out how to solve all my problems. And it's actually a really simple way. It's actually kind of funny. Well, you see, it would be funny, except I spent the last, how many hours working on this? 4 hours? That sounds about right. Oh my god. It's still stupid that I have to do this anyway. But I at least know how I can fix it now. I guess there's actually 2 ways I can probably fix it. Yeah, that's honestly probably the better way. So the problem is that it always puts hole for second, right? It always goes bone hole, right? Well, what if we fixed that? What if we just took advantage of it? Wait, could that possibly be the cause of it? Well, if that is, that'll actually make my life easier. I doubt it, though. So, right now, bone is above whole, right? We know this. We want it to be the other way around. So I have two ideas. One, increase the amount of V's. And the reason I'm going to do this is because maybe it's tied to how many things there are. So, you know, you get a whole bunch of these. You'll have more vertices here. So I want to try this first. File, export, FBX. Be not afraid. Biblically accurate skeleton. I might have crashed it. No, I didn't. Now, if we click on this, no. Did not change it. And I'm pretty sure there are more holes here than there are. There's more vertices in the holes versus in the actual skull. Because, yeah, in the actual skull, you got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers or so. 7, 8. It's a decent amount, but, like, is it as many as these? I doubt it. So my other idea is actually pretty simple. This one wants to beat a hole so much, let it beat a hole. Screw you. So can I do this really quickly? Thank you. Anyway, so what I was saying was this. It wants to be the hole so bad, let it beat a hole. We're going to flip it. And just like that, screw you. Screw you, Unity. You can have it be the other way around. And then I'll just flip it when I get into Unity. And just like that, I come into Unity, and it's flipped around. Sure would be a shame if I could just do that. Huh. Go into player. Player model. Skull. And just like that, now, if you play it, guess what happens? It doesn't add correctly. Why didn't it add correctly? What the hell? What do you mean? It didn't add correctly. So why didn't it work? Okay, so that didn't work either. So why isn't that working? So now it's going where bonus. It's going where bonus. And I guess flipping them doesn't matter. Ah, that's funny. That's really funny. Alright, I guess my idea didn't work. I thought flipping them in the editor would work, but no. I don't get it. I guess the problem is just the second area is inside. Wait, no way this works. If I go ahead and set this area first, and then I set this side, there's no way this would work, right? I had to have tried this at least once. Yeah. It would appear that someone might have the answer. In edit mode, select all vertices, press W. Face. Sort elements? By material. And that should be it. That might solve my issue. That might actually have been it. Sorting the face. That might have done it. Please tell me it did it. It freaking did it. That's all it was. A face order. The order, because I created the skull first, the like white part of a skull, not the holes of a skull. Then I created the holes of a skull. Those faces were created later. So the order, when it's imported into Unity, is face order. So because I created the white faces first, they were always first. And then because I created the holes later, they were always second. And now it works. Now it's perfectly fine. On one hand, I'm happy it's that simple and I was just being dumb because, it means I really, like, I don't know. Like, on one hand, I'm happy that I was able to figure it out. I was able to get it. Sure, I struggled, but I was able to overcome it. But on the other hand, screw you. Why is it something so stupid as that? Why is it not? Why do you not import the order that the materials are in when you make an FBX in the first place? Why are you using face order? Why is there not an option? Why is it just so hard coded? Oh my god. I don't know how I feel. just like that. Now that that hard stuff is done, now we can actually do this. Now the easy stuff is here. We can make this, so now we have player 1 and player 2. Oh, we have to actually go in here. And in player, we have to say material. Here we go. Just like that. Now it works. That's what I'm looking for. It looks good. You can see the players distinctly. You don't get them mixed up. I am using the Wiimote colors though. Blue for player 1 and red for player 2. I'm not sure if I would rather have it be red player 1 and blue player 2. I don't know. I could also make it selectable. I could also go with purple for purple and yellow. You know what? I think I will. For now. You know, we can change these as much as we want. This is my reward for finally getting this shit done. Purple and yellow. Because no one else uses purple and yellow. But yeah, it feels good to finally have these outlines working. The only thing is that if you look up close, they don't look great. Actually, no, that's not true. Yeah, they have problems. Just with the floor. And sometimes they clip into each other. That's the main problem. I kind of want to see if I can fix that tonight. So before I stop, I'm going to try to see if I can fix this. So first thing I have to do is I have to find out if I can find a rendering thing. So it's supposedly in the create rendering URP. Obviously, if I go here to create, I don't have rendering. Unity, rendering, asset, create, rendering, not showing. How to configure the active render pipeline. Oh wait, maybe if I do this. If I click this shader, or click these materials, I can go ahead and say Edit, rendering, materials. This upgrade will overwrite 2 selected materials. Proceed. Alright, looks fine. It's still able to run. Looks fine. Now let's see if we can create. Nope. What's weird is we have rendering down here. Wait. Are any of these the thing that I actually need? Universal renderer, is that down there? Yeah, okay, that's all we need. Outline renderer. So what does he do? How does he create a renderer? He creates it, and then he goes into a folder that he has called settings. How did he get the settings folder though? It has settings, he has settings, he has settings, he has settings. How does he get settings? Does he just start with settings because he's a lucky dude? He's lucky, he starts with settings? I guess so. Okay, he just starts with settings. Got it. And obviously I don't have settings. Cool. So let's see, can we change it? Can we change the render that this uses? No, we can't. Nope. How do we get to the shader? He changes his URP high fidelity universal render pipeline asset to this. But I don't have one of those, so I don't know. He's able to go into settings. I don't know how he gets it. Let's see, URP, high, all, no. Renderer in Unity. Okay, so I need to attach this to the thing that I want to render. Um, okay, so it actually lied to me, so I can't actually do it onto the thing that I want to render. Clearly. Anyone else have this problem? Alright. So somehow I need to change the rendering list to this new renderer. But I can't because I don't have access to the rendering list. There's no way to access the rendering list. I can put types here. Renderer. So renderer should be right here, but it's not. Because it's why would it be? If I open this, what happens? I don't think I can open it. I guess I can open the C# project, but that's just opening that. So right now, what renderer is this using? Will it tell me what renderer I'm using? No. Why won't it? That's really silly that it won't tell me what frickin' renderer it's using. And of course, these don't have renderers. First of all, actually, when he creates this, does it look the same as mine? Yeah, it says everything, forward, disabled. Then I have a special thing that says it after transparency. Render pass, native render pass, transparent. It has post-processing enabled, data, stencil. Wait. Found it! Yes! So this is where this is. In packages. So here he goes to the high fidelity universal. How do I get to the high fidelity one? I do not have access to it apparently. And even if I did, I can't even do anything here. It doesn't look like. Okay, do not actually have access to it. Let's see if when he clicks on stuff. When he clicks on something, Yes, with materials, but no renderer. I just don't get how the hell he has access to some of this stuff. Oh, wait, found it. Hold up, found something kind of neat. He goes ahead and... Wait, am I watching this into... I am in double speed for some reason. So he goes ahead and opens up Edit, Project Settings, Graphics, URP. So this is how he gets it. Project Settings, Graphics, so he has this miraculous high fidelity thing. How? Who knows? Oh, I got a thing here. I got a thing. Right. Okay, I don't think that actually did anything. So I'm gonna delete this. I don't know how to get this in here though. Either way, this thing is good, I think. It has a render list. No, it doesn't. Why doesn't it have a render list? Wait, what else is in properties? What can I do up here? So somehow he got this magical URP high fidelity asset. Let's see if I can look that up. So it's URP high fidelity. Universal pipeline asset. So let's see. It says that I can't have um, any other like what is it called? You can't have any HD, RP, or SRP things, I guess. Alright, so this says I have to create the universal render pipeline asset. Alright, so I've done that. And from there, I have to add the asset to the graphics setting to your project. Okay, so I just add it. Oh, it doesn't let me? Why doesn't it let me? Huh, that's a little bit weird. It's not like I can add it anywhere else. So, you lied to me. Okay, just lied. edit, rendering. Is that what I need? Assets. I go to edit, project settings. Now can I set it? No. Why can't it just let me do what I need to do? Why does it have to be this way? Maybe something in editor? Um, Nothing here for rendering. Nothing down here for U or P. This is the only thing. Just creates this thing, but it's not the thing that I need. So let's see what this says. I think I can get rid of this, honestly. Not gonna do that now though. So how do I do this? It says configure the universal render pipeline. To do it, you have to create the universal render pipeline asset, and then you have to add the asset to the graphics setting for your project. So the way you create the universal render pipeline asset is you go ahead and it says to create a universal render pipeline asset in the editor, go to the project window, right click the project window. Hold on, that actually is different. Create rendering universal render pipeline. We don't have that option. It does say create rendering universal render pipeline. pipeline acid. So let's see. We have to create a pipeline. What does this do? Create. Rendering. None of these are pipelines, though. Timeline? That doesn't sound right. Signal? Doesn't sound right either. Rendering. Pipeline acid. That's what I'm looking for. A pipeline acid. But there's no such thing as a pipeline acid in here. Oh. Did I get it? Yes! By choosing that, I got something. And now I should be able to go ahead and drag you in here. Yes. Finally. Now this doesn't work, but that's fine. Now if I go in here. So maybe this needs to be this. No, that's that. The default material doesn't exist anymore. What happens if I play? Okay, it doesn't work. Oh man. Oh, it finally actually does something though. Move. Oh. If I delete this, I should be able to go. So if I delete this. But what? Edit. Project settings. Why can't I delete it? I don't know. Anyway. Also, this shouldn't be the same thing. I don't know why player looks like that in the preview, but sure. Oh, maybe I can do this. Edit. Um, Project settings. And then here, or I go into URP. Okay, there's only one option here. Never mind. That's the universal render pipeline. Global settings. Now in this case, what can I do? So it creates this renderer, which I have now. First, he goes ahead and changes this. I think. No, he changes this. And he sets this to the outline renderer. So then he goes back here to the renderer. First of all, actually, I should probably see if he does this. So he sets that to an outline thing. I'm assuming that's going to affect every outlined object. And he renders purely the outlined objects. So I guess I only need one pass, or I only need one of these. And then he renders out everything on this layer, which when he does, he sets a material to it. That is problematic. I just realized. And it's problematic because it's going to be rendering. I obviously have these two separate colors. So because I have these two separate colors, and we can cross that road when we come to it. But going back, First of all, if I play this now, I'm pretty sure it still looks completely pink. Yeah. But if we go back to player now, we go to outline renderer, changes from everything. Sure, we'll make this everything besides outlined. I guess I renamed this, so now it's different. I'll have to watch out for that. Anyway, so now I can go here to the outline renderer, transparent layer, everything besides the outlined. Um, so the ground isn't going to render, I guess. And it says outright outline. Also, my soundtrack is over, so that's kind of sad. I'll put on Kirby Amazing Mirror. Guess why not? More Kirby OST. Let's render objects after rendering opaques. Opaque. Render is outlined. It does overrides. This isn't very normally. So we'll start with bone material. Pass index. Dep is set to true. Then he adds in render objects. And here it's basically doing the same thing where it's rendering outlined. I don't think it should be doing that. Does outlined. Ah, before rendering transparents. Also, this is after skybox. Turn off right depth. Ah, there we go. Now this looks good. It's a shame that I'm basically just following along with a tutorial, but these shaders have been less than friendly to me. Now, the real question is, why isn't this working? I guess the next thing to do is look at this. Also, I'm going to go ahead and drag this out. I guess I can't. Sure. Whatever. The full screen pass. Hmm. No, don't really want that. Um, no. Is there a none? So that's just like a composition thing. So why can't I do like normal things? Like, where's the textures? Why are these all pink? Why is this pink? Oh wait, what if I run it? Is my character still visible? Or is my character actually visible? It is. But I don't understand why the rest of the level is pink. Probably because it's no longer rendering. But then how do I make it so it renders? I mean, it should be rendering right here. What's weird is all my textures are screwed up here. Like they're screwed up in the asset viewer as well. What happens if I create a material? So, I guess just the previous things got messed up. If I go ahead and make a new piece of ground, create 3D object cube. Ah, it's using a universal pipeline, render pipeline lit. That explains it. These, well, they don't even have a material. Missing material. That explains it. Materials. All of these have default materials. Default diffuse. Doesn't seem like it actually worked. Default terrain. Particle system, particle. Sprites mask. Spatial mapping, wireframe. Not really what I'm looking for. So what's weird is if I go ahead and click here and then make a new 3D object, it comes with a lit material. However, I don't think I can use it. Default. That's default line, not default lit. So what I think I need to do is I actually need to go here and make my own material. Create material. We're going to call this default. Actually, I don't know if we need to do that. I think we can just replace these blocks. I mean, yeah, we should be able to do that. Oh, I can do this. That's actually a lot easier. I can just drag this material on everything. Then again, I would love to have something that's a little bit brighter than just dark gray, but I'll take what I can get for now. All right, cool. Now the real question is, can a script interact with a shader? I guess I can just make two separate shaders. Two separate layers, I mean. So add layer, we're gonna call it player 1. Actually, no, that's a bad idea. What we should be able to do is we should be able to go into here, player. If we go into also, what happens if we do go into the shader graph? Graph settings, material, unlit, yeah. Anyway, what else can I do? If I go to outline, override mode, let's try shader. Doesn't really work. Unfortunately, this means I would have to create a player 1 and player 2 layer. I don't really want to do that, but like, doesn't look like I have much choice anymore. So I'm gonna go ahead and drag this onto this. Also, what happens if we play? Oh wait, I forgot. I need to remove this and add in a box collider 2D so I don't fall through. Other than that, also I haven't been checking chat, sorry. Then again, no one's here, not really. Yeah, if I zoom in, does it look weird still? At the feet it does, because the feet are clipping into the ground. But there's nothing I can really do about that. And thankfully, you're usually far away enough for that not to matter. I think it's more important for this to be correct, where the outline's not covering up the actual skeletons. So I guess what I can do is have them set to default, have them set to nothing. So we're going to remove the outlined layer, and we're going to add in a player 1 layer, and a player 2 layer. Just like that. And the layer is going to be default. We're going to be changing the whole player for this. All right. So then what we do is in the script, when we decide if it's player 1, if player controller, or if player 1 controller. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Else player 1. And for each um, game object dot layer equals, okay, this is an int, and the layer is 8 and 9. So player equals 8. Then here game object dot layer is 9. Now the only problem is I doubt it'll actually set the children when I do that. It'll probably only set the one that I set. Why are they pink? Also, I should be able to remove this. As long as in here, I go ahead and actually, well, I am setting their layers to that, but I have to change the layers now. Okay, so they don't have the layers anymore. Alright, so this thing doesn't have collision. Why is that? Clearly there is something wrong with it. What? How is... What? It's not like any other flat surface has this problem, right? Yeah, no. But this, yeah, why am I able to get through it? Oh wait, this isn't ground. That's why. There we go. That's what it was. Okay. All right, in that case, now what we can do is we can go into our um, player, go into this renderer. Um, this is going to render everything um, besides player 1 and player 2. I don't get how it's still showing them then. But sure. Make this player 1, I guess. This does player 1. Okay, I'm not sure why it's not showing it. Oh, it's probably because of that. If I look at player, I'm assuming I'm not going to see that. So if I go ahead and click on player, obviously this is layer player 1, but if I go ahead and click on any of its children, yeah, layer default, layer default, layer default, layer default. So I have to set all the children to player 1 or player 2. Um, in transform dot let's just get components and children. Actually, I'm just going to do it here. Transform, or no, just game object. Game object. I can do it this way. Cur game object dot layer equals is player 1. If you are player 1, then it's 8, else it's 9. There we go. Now what we can do is we can say, also I'm probably gonna have to do that for vet as well. Actually, I'm not sure. What happens if when I explode? Oh no, it does work. Nice. So for this, I just have to say now player, or I just have to go down here and I have to say, I have to basically copy this. Render objects, and this is going to be after rendering skybox, and it's going to be opaque. It's going to be player 2, and it's going to be material. The material it's going to use is going to be material player 2, and then pass index, sure, depth, sure. Right depth is incorrect. And then we add the next one, which is also a render pass, or render objects, which is before transparency. Opaque, and this is also going to be player 2. And material, non-material, 0, no depth, etc., etc. And there we go. Nice. I think that looks pretty cool. And just like that, we have a cool line effect that looks pretty good. All it took was like 4 hours trying to figure out how shaders work. You know, could have been worse. At least we got it done now. I'm sure it will never break in the future. Anyway, before I end off, I want to figure out why these materials look so weird. I'm assuming it's because they're not unlit. But I mean, that shouldn't really be causing it. Graph settings, precision, targets, material. Alpha clipping. Let's go ahead and just make a new shader graph. Create shader graph. And I'm assuming it'll work now because it's a new thing. So we're going to go ahead and make this unlit. Bone. Bone. Outline. 1. So we can do this. If we go ahead and open up this, all right, it's basically the same. Also, wait, can you? No, there isn't a limit. I thought there was. It must have just snapped to a point. So we can go ahead and do that. Plug that in. Plug this in. All right. Color. We're gonna turn that into a property. Then here we're going to have float. Convert to property. Outline. Thickness. There we go. And now we should be able to go ahead and say, first of all, save asset. Then we go over here to bone, player 2, and it just goes to custom or URP, unlit. That is incorrect. Where's custom then? Custom? No. Ah, shader graphs. Bone outline. Shader graphs. Bone outline. Alright, cool. We can delete this now. Alright, and it should be good. It should be pretty much unchanged. Yep. Only thing is now it looks right in Inspector, which is good. Looks pretty good to me. And it's also nice because when you're like up against a wall, you really can, when you're up against a wall, you can really see the explosion going away from it. Bam. Well, I guess I'm too far away for that, for you to really see it. Bam. You can see that it doesn't clip through the wall. Did it clip through the wall? I thought it clipped through the wall for a second. Nah. Yeah, so you can see that it gets stopped by the wall. That's an interesting bug. Wait, what? How does this bug exist? Why am I not ricocheting off of this? Oh, I guess I have to set this to like a layer of, or a tag ground as well. Yeah, yeah, that fixes that. I was about to say, I don't think you're supposed to be able to clip through the ground normally. Anyway, one nice thing about this is that you can just change the color whenever you want. If I want to go back to red and blue, I can, which will probably be the colors of the game. I don't know who will be red and who will be blue though. It's just that they have so much contrast normally, so it should make it very obvious who's who. But yeah, overall, I'm not really happy with what I got done tonight, but I'm happy that we were at least able to finish this. The skeletons look pretty decent, all things considered. They aren't perfect, just with the feet. Like if you look at the feet, you can clearly tell. Actually, they don't look that bad right now. Okay, never mind. It's all perfect. I guess maybe because I switched it over to the URP shader. Sure, I'll say it's that. Let me go ahead and just see if it changes if I'm like running. Nope, that looks pretty good. Overall, these outlines look pretty much how I'd expect. It pretty much perfectly encapsulates the whole body. And yeah, pretty good. Plus, if we need to make changes, I at least now know how it works a lot better than I used to. Let me save everything. File save hull, and file save. File save. There we go. Wait, why are there all these messages? Hold up. What's with all the error messages? All right, apparently allocation of 41 bytes. Sure. Allocation of 14 bytes. Allocator. It would appear that there is a bug. Before I completely shut this down, I want to go ahead and close this and then restart it. Just to see, make sure everything actually is working the way it's intended. I'd hate for it to be that I saved it, so it should be fine. But I mean, that's really weird to see a billion errors pop up. There's obviously nothing actually wrong, but to see all those errors and warnings and messages, like I did not put that debug statement in. I can say that. There's the 6 node operations that failed. Okay. So yeah, it just needed to be reset. I mean, we haven't reset this in a while, so that's understandable. We've done a lot of funky business with shaders. It earned its being reloaded. So yeah, next time we have plenty of stuff to do.